split 18 against the American League. Now they go up against more familiar foes, in this case, the Colorado Rockies. One thing for the Dodgers, they have made Colorado a miserable team earlier this year. They beat them 8 out of 9 and humiliated them by winning 5 out of 6 in Colorado. But this is a different Colorado team, no longer managed by Clint Hurdle. Now former Dodger manager and Pirate manager Jim Tracy has them under his control, and it has really paid off. You know, on the 3rd of June, Colorado was 15.5 games back of the Dodgers. Tonight, they're 7.5 back because, among other things, they've won 12 of 14 played on the road. In fact, they've swept 5 series. And tonight, Randy Wolf will be up against Ubaldo Jimenez in Game 1 of the series. We'll get to the ball game. We'll have it all coming up right after this.
This is the Rockies this year, but this is the new Colorado Rockies team under Jim Tracy. They've won 20 of 23. First pitch coming up in minutes here on Prime Ticket. First, though, time for our Lexus Pursuing Perfection. Steve Lyons, if you're looking for a guy that really held this team together without Manny Ramirez, Casey Blake is that guy.
Yeah, there's a few guys on this team that you can point to as consistent performers. Blake's been right there. I mean, we've seen him pull that ball down the line, hit the ball out of the ballpark. But defense is where he really stands out as far as I'm concerned. If you look at the stat sheet, that'll tell you that he's made 5 errors this season. I can't remember a single one of them. Makes plays like this on a daily basis. Jumped right in to help his teammates right there and made that catch. So Casey Blake, third on the team in RBI. He's got 48. Ethier has 50. And remember, he hit 8 for most of the season. So he's doing a great job.
And I think this entire infield has really lived up to expectations.
It's a Gold Glove caliber infield all the way through with Loney and Hudson for calls. Went through a bad stretch for about 7 days there where he wasn't catching the ball that well, but he's very exciting, and Blank is just an anchor down there third.
And certainly pulling for Canoga Park native Randy Wolf to get his first home victory of the season, possibly go deep in this game. We can turn it over to Jonathan Broxton, get the save, and take the first game of this series. Enjoy the game. It's coming up next with Vince Stone.
On Prime Ticket is brought to you by the Teriyaki $6 Burger with grilled pineapple back at Carl's Jr. By Aflac, we've got you under our wing. And by Southwest Airlines, ready when you are. Go to southwest.com, grab your bag, it's on. Hi, everybody, and a very pleasant Monday night to you, wherever you may be. Welcome to Dodger Stadium on a beautiful evening. Now, nearly as hot as we expected it to be today, and it is just a wonderful way to start a night game and to start a series with an old pal by the name of Jim Tracy, who has brought a hot Colorado club in here, trying to catch up to the Dodgers as quickly as possible. Talking about Jim Tracy, he's now making the exchange of lineup cards at home plate with Bob Schaefer. Jim, I'm sure, very familiar with the ground rules here at Dodger Stadium, but nevertheless refreshing his memory. Here are the names on his lineup card: Dexter Fowler in center field, Clint Barmas at second base, and Todd Helton at first. Garrett Atkins at third, Brad Hopp in right field. Troy Tulowitzki, the shortstop, Ryan Spilborghs in left field, Chris Iannetta behind the plate, and the pitcher, Ubaldo Jimenez. On the mound for the Dodgers, left-hander Randy Wolf, and when you look at the lineup for Colorado that he will face, he will see really only two left-hand batters, and it would be Todd Helton and Brad Hopp, because left-hand hitters against Randy Wolf this year are hitting exactly 100. So you don't start very many lefties against Wolf. He comes in with a 3-3 record. He is 4-2 lifetime against Colorado, and he has 10 no decisions. In case you wonder, the record for no decisions held by Bert Blyleven way back in 1979 with the Pirates. Blyleven that year had 20 no decisions, so Randy has a way to go. As far as the Dodgers with the leather are concerned, certainly no changes. That means Pierre Campanese here in the outfield. Blake for COL, Hudson and Loney on the infield, and Russell Martin will be handling Randy Wolf. For Joe Torre, trying to stop the bleeding, it's not been much fun of late. Having lost 2 in a row, remember the Dodgers are the only team in the big leagues not to have lost 3. But there's also a feeling that the world is changing a little bit, and he has to be kind of glad to get away from the American League, because the Angels beat him 2 out of 3, Oakland won 2 out of 3, and for good measure, Seattle won 2 out of 3. So the Dodgers now will concentrate on Colorado. By the way, the San Francisco Giants are also trying to make noise and catch up. They are leading the Cardinals 10-0. Tim Lincecum is pitching a 2-hitter, and they're in the bottom of the 8th inning. So Dexter Fowler will start it off. The boy from Alpharetta, Georgia, switch hitter, batting right-handed, looks at a hook, in for a strike, and the count 0-1. Fowler stole as many as 43 bases in the minor league, so if he gets on, he presents a problem. Another slow hook, in for a strike. Fowler is 6'4", 175, and it's fun to see him play at Coors Field, where they have a huge outfield expanse, and he can really cover the ground. Strike 2 pitch on the way is a one-hopper. Backing up for it is Orlando Hudson, who throws him out. So Dexter Fowler hits the ball sharply at Orlando, and we have one down in the first inning, and Clint Barmer's coming up. Fowler right now struggling. He's 0 for 10. Barmes, however, is the other way. He's had 7 hits in his last 13 at-bats. He's had 3 straight multi-hit games. Remember when Ichiro was here, he had 7 straight multi-hit games. Barmes takes a strike, and the count to Clint 0-1. He's had a very good month of June. He's piled up 36 hits during this month. Strike 1 pitch on the way is low and inside. Of course, the Rockies collectively have had a wonderful month of June. They are 20-6. So June might be busting out all over, and so are the Rockies. The 1-1 pitch, breaking ball, that's lifted to right center. Ethier moving over to his right, actually comes up a few steps and makes the catch for the second down. 2 down in the first inning, and Todd Helton coming up. Helton ready to check in as a left-handed batter to face Randy Wolf. That's a tough assignment. Helton against Wolf hitting just .217. He has 1 home run and 5 hits against him, but overall batting .318. And Todd takes down and away, ball 1, 1-0. Last 3 games, Helton has exploded with 2 singles, a double, and a triple. He's hit safely in 8 out of 9, slices one away down the left field line and well back into the crowd. 1-1 the count to Todd Helton. Helton, one of the truly respected players in the game. He'll be 36 in August. 1-1 pitch takes that slow curveball off the plate. 2-1 the count. He's got a major league batting average over .325 in his career. On base percentage over .400, .570 slugging percentage. 2-1 pitch to Todd, breaking ball strike. His name is mentioned with Lou Gehrig, Albert Pujols, Babe Ruth, Ted Williams, and Todd Helton. One of the truly great players active these days. Swings and hits one in the air down the left field line, and that will go out of play. Though the count stays 2 balls and 2 strikes. Helton last year in a 2-day span walked with the bases loaded 3 times in back-to-back games. In the last 50 years only 2 players had done that. The other was Joe Torre. Helton fouls another pitch away. 2-2 the count. And Joe Torre, I'm sure, has seen Helton foul off a lot of pitches, because another Helton number from Bill James, the demon statistician. He led the majors with 600 foul balls last year. He hits a soft line drive into Foucault's glove, and that's the first inning. So the Rockies go 1-2-3 as Randy walks off, and at the end of half an inning, no score. The Rockies on 13 pitches, and here's the Dodger lineup, and certainly no dramatic change. Pierre, Furcal, and Hudson, Blake, Ethier, and Kemp, Loney, Martin, and Wolf. So Juan Pierre trying to light a fire and get something started against a big right-hander, Ubaldo Jimenez. His fastball is in for a strike, and the count 0-1. 25 years old, 6'4", 215, 6-7 this year. The strike one pitch is lined to left field, coming over to try and play it on a hop of Spilborghs. And Pierre opens up the game with a single to left field. Let's take a look now at the Colorado Rockies defensively. Spilborghs, Fowler, and Hoff. An infield of Stewart, Tulowitzki, Barnes, and Helton. And the battery would be Jimenez and Iannetta. I think Garrett Atkins is playing third base. We just showed you Ian Stewart, but we better double check that. And the batter is Rafael Furcal. Jimenez a drag bunt back to the box. Jimenez gets one, and that's all. So they get the force play. And it is Garrett Atkins at third base. And that is certainly no way to welcome back a local boy who starred on the campus of UCLA, who's been in the big leagues X number of years, and then had the wrong third baseman. So Garrett, for all the boys in the truck, we apologize. We know you're there. And the batter now will be Orlando Hudson. Orlando Hudson batting .303, 5 home runs, 41 runs batted in. Hitting .294 left, .326 right. Jimenez out of a stretch. Big guy ready and delivers and works it low, ball one. Dodgers have given Jimenez a bad time this year. They've beaten him 3 times. And his earned run average against the Dodgers is over 10. The Hudson taking a long look at Larry Boa. Furcal off the bag at first. Jimenez ready. There goes Furcal, and it's foul back to the screen. Head first belly whopper, and to no avail. And Furcal gets back up and slowly walks back to first base. So he didn't get any help. A lot of times infielders will holler, no slide, don't slide. That time he didn't get any help, and it was a wasted head first dive into the bag. Jimenez from Nagua in the Dominican Republic makes his home now in San Cristobal. Right-hander ready, in the 1-1 pitch. Hudson takes a strike, and the count 1-2. Hard to believe, June the 3rd, the Colorado Rockies were 15.5 games back of the Dodgers. Then they won 11 straight, 20 of 23. They are great job under Jim Tracy, and all of a sudden they arrive here 7.5. Meanwhile, Hudson swings and misses, and down he goes. So Trace, in his time with the ball club, has certainly shaken them up. 20-3. And what is really interesting, they've had 5 sweeps of series, including going into St. Louis and sweeping the Cardinals, a 4-game series. I think that's happened 3 times in the last 60 years. So the Rockies now are starting to get somebody's attention. And here's Casey Blake as Jimenez backs off the rubber. Casey hitting .293, 11 home runs, 48 runs batted in. Ubaldo looks in to get a sign from his catcher, Chris Iannetta. Now the right-hander deals, and Blake takes a strike. 0-1 to count. Casey has been such a consistent rock at third base, day in and day out, turning in a great job. Furcal, meanwhile, takes the lead at first with 2 out and draws a throw and gets back standing up. Furcal, a break-even base stealer. He's stolen 4, but he's been caught 4. Meanwhile, Casey Blake waiting. Dodgers have beaten the Rockies 8 out of 9, 3-0 here, 5 out of 8, or 5 out of 6 in Colorado. And the next pitch to Blake, a strike, and the count 0-2. No score, bottom of the first inning. Ubaldo Jimenez is a workhorse. usually makes a lot of pitches in his games, just a hair less than, let's say, Chad Billingsley. There goes for call. The pitch is a strike. The throw is unnecessary, and that'll be that for Blake and for the Dodgers. Casey still talking to the plate umpire, Bruce Dreckman, but he's been rung up. So no runs, a hit, a man left, and at the end of an inning, no score. Strikes out 2, did it all on 10 pitches, and we go to the second inning, no score. Randy Wolf ready to pitch to Garrett Atkins, followed by Brad Hobb, and then Troy Tulowitzki. Randy into the windup, Atkins hitting .230, and the right-hand hitter takes a strike, and the count 0-1. Talking about pitchers and pitch count, Tim Lincecum of the Giants pitched a 2-hit shutout complete game to beat the Cardinals. Atkins, meanwhile, a fly ball to left field. Juan Pierre is there and makes the catch. 1 away. So Lincecum, 95 pitches, a shutout, a 2-hitter, and his record now is 8-2 as the Giants try to put a little heat on the Dodgers. The Giants began the night 7 back, and they've now got a little 2-game winning streak. So with 1 away, here is Brad Hobb. With his 12 home runs, he has now hit 100 in his career. The third left-hand hitter to play for Colorado and have over 100, because he has a long way to go to catch Todd Helton and Larry Walker. Strike 1 pitch to Brad. Big, slow hook in there for a strike. Hobb normally gives the Dodgers a bad time, but he's been giving everybody a bad time this year, hitting .329. 12 home runs, 55 RBIs, and a .358 average against the Dodgers. Now the strike 2 pitch coming up. Randy delivers fastball just off the plate. 1-2. Another thing that Hopp has done exceptionally well, you know what he's hitting with runners in scoring position? .397. The 1-2 pitch is a fastball, swung on and missed, and down he goes. So setting him up with breaking ball, strikes him out with a fastball. That's 5 in a row retired by Randy Wolf, and he hit 90 on the gun. And the batter now will be Troy Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki is a different player now than he was the last time we saw Colorado and Denver. He couldn't buy a hit then. In fact, through the 6th of June, he was hitting .216. He fouls a pitch away. Since that date, he's been on a tear. Troy hitting .385. His slugging percentage is out of sight. He's had 7 home runs since then. So a complete turnaround. And he has been a solid shortstop. Strike one pitch, ground ball to Blake. Casey is up with it across the diamond, and that's that. 1-2-3 inning. Tulowitzki grounding out to end it, and at the end of an inning and a half, no score. Score, bottom of the second inning, the Rockies and the Dodgers, Osvaldo Jimenez and Randy Wolf. Game one of the 3-game series. Tomorrow night, Jason Marquise and Chad Billingsley. Wednesday, remember, is a 12-10 game. Jason Hamill and Clayton Kershaw. So here's Andre Ethier, takes a pitch high, ball one. 1-0 the count to Andre, hitting .261. The interesting thing, 14 home runs. 13 of them here at Dodger Stadium. The 1-0 pitch on the way is taken a little low, and a 2-0 count. Andre with 50 runs batted in, so he's forged ahead. Loney has 49 and Blake has 48. The next one is fouled away, so 2-1 the count. Osvaldo Jimenez, the big boy out of the Dominican, signed by the Rockies about 8 years ago and finally came up briefly in '06. Last year he was a break-even 12-12. Ethier, a ground ball to the right side, backhanded by Barmes, who throws him out. One away. You know, you can bring the family to Dodger Stadium Thursday, July 9th. A special Dodgers double feature starting at 4. Watch the Dodgers battle the Mets from New York. Then stay in your seats for a special presentation of Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix. Compliments of Warner Home Video. For tickets, call 323-224-2646 or visit Dodgers.com/movie night. Matt Kemp has a look at a strike and the count 0-1. Matt Kemp has been outstanding in late innings of games. Overall hitting .311, 10 home runs, 41 runs batted in, swings right through it, and the count 0-2. They break it down. Kemp from the first inning through the 6th hits about .260. From the 7th inning on, hitting .398. Now the strike 2 pitch on the way, and that's low, ball 1. In the first 6 innings, 5 home runs. From the 7th to the 9th, just the last 3, 5 home runs. So Kemp waiting with 1 out, bottom of the second, no score. Jimenez into his windup. 1-2 pitch on the way is fouled off, so Matt is still there. Interesting to examine what's happened to the Colorado Rockies. In the 46 games that Clint Hurdle managed, the team hit .249. Little ground ball slowly to third. Tough play. Atkins gloves, throws, and gets him on a fine play. Garrett Atkins did not do the bare hand pickup. He gloved it, and he was still able to nip him at first base. So nice play by the pride of UCLA, Garrett Atkins, and that'll bring up James Loney. Anyway, when Hurdle was in charge of the Rockies, the team hit .249, and its earned run average was almost 5 over 46 games. Jim Tracy took over. The team is hitting .283, and the earned run average is 3.7. So, I mean, it's a dramatic change from Clint to Jim. Now with 2 down, here's Loney, and he takes a strike at the knees. 0-1 the count. James hitting .278, 5 home runs, 49 runs batted in. And they're going to check. Swing is called. So that'll do it. 0-2 now to Loney. Bottom of the lineup will be coming up for the Rockies: Spilborghs, Iannetta, and Jimenez when we get to the third. No score, bottom of the second inning. Jimenez holds the ball out in front at his chest. Now to the windup, over the top and low, and he runs the count to 1-2 strikes. When growing up in the Dominican, his hero was Pedro Martinez. Pretty good hero. The 1-2 pitch is swung on and missed, and down goes Loney. The Dodgers go 1-2-3. So Jimenez with 3 strikeouts in 2 innings, and at the end of those 2, no score. And the Dodgers, and it'll be Ryan Spilborghs, Chris Iannetta, and then the pitcher Ubaldo Jimenez. Ryan Spilborghs, local boy from Santa Barbara, went to UC Santa Barbara. Ryan will be 30 in September, hitting .261, 5 home runs, 27 runs batted in, and has been a far better hitter against the Dodgers than .261. Ryan fouls it away, perhaps somewhat inspired. He's hitting .312 in his career. So he and Haup, pretty good 1-2 punch. 0-1 to Ryan. Strike 1 pitch, off speed, just missed down and away. 1 strike. Now the 1-1 pitch coming up. Randy delivers, slow curveball, just bends low. That thing barely got up to the plate at 65 or so. 2-1 to count. I was telling Randy a true story based on his last name. 2-1 pitch on the way. Swung on, ground ball wide of third, picked by Blake, and Casey throws him out. One away. There was a pretty famous radio and television producer by the name of Norman Baer, and he was traveling in the Midwest with a traveling secretary of a big league club named Howard Fox. True story. And they went to a hotel in Milwaukee, I believe, or Minnesota, and they wanted to get in touch with an announcer, sports announcer named Bob Wolf. Randy ready now, and the pitch to Iannetta, slice foul down the line, out of play. Anyway, they called the room. It rang and rang and rang, and then the operator came on and said, "I'm sorry, there's no one in the room. Would you like to leave a message?" And Norman said, "Yes. Would you tell Mr. Wolf that Mr. Baer and Mr. Fox will meet him in the cocktail lounge?" And you can understand the operator. She said, "Oh, yeah," and hung up. And Randy got a kick. So I'm sure somewhere along the line he has some fun with the name the Wolf in Philadelphia, of course. His fans with a Wolf pack. Strike 2 pitch, breaking ball in the dirt, blocked by Martin. 1-2 the count. Top of the third, no score. Little patch of sunshine hitting the bleachers in right field at sunset time. And the air is clearing. We're beginning to see the mountains now clearer out there in dead center now that the June gloom has moved away. 1-2 fastball is fouled back. 1-2 the count to Chris Iannetta. Iannetta has always been considered a fine defensive catcher. He is slowly coming around. He's just 26, out of Providence, Rhode Island. Swings on that slow curve. He's way out in front of it, and down he goes. So the Dodgers are walking off the field. That's only the second out. Come on, guys. That's amazing. Randy Wolf walked off. Martin walked off. So the rest of the guys thought, well, okay, we'll walk off. But the game is just not that simple. And you are looking at some rather embarrassed Dodgers. So Iannetta strikes out, and Wolf said, okay, that's great. I'll call Norman Baer. Oh, what? Oh, 2 out. Oh. There's a ground ball just foul outside of first. Broken bat, so Jimenez will have to get another. By the way, Ubaldo Jimenez has a modest 4-game hitting streak, and it's interesting, prior to this year, Jimenez was hitting .064. He had just 6 hits in 94 at-bats. This year, he's 7 for 23, hitting .304. And in 23 at-bats this year, he has only struck out 3 times. So the strike 1 pitch to Ubaldo. Slow curveball, but that misses. 1 ball and 1 strike. No score in the third. 2 down. The 1-1 pitch on the way. Another breaking ball that dips in. 1-2 the count. So throwing a lot of curveballs. Let's see if he sets him up for the fastball now. Randy into the windup. Here he comes. Fastball fouled away. So one pitcher trying to outthink the other, and Jimenez was ready and fouled it. Randy with a record of 3-3. He is 4-2 lifetime against Colorado. The 1-2 pitch, breaking ball, foul back. So if nothing else, Jimenez making Wolf work a little bit. We're in the third, no score. We've had 1 base runner, really. That was Pierre, who singled, and then Furcal forced him. And that's it. Randy looks down. Now he's ready, asking Martin to go over the signs again. And the 1-2 pitch to Ubaldo Jimenez, high fastball. 2-2. Jimenez waiting. Now the 2-2 pitch on the way. Swung on and foul tip held by Martin, and that'll do it. That is the 3rd strikeout for Randy Wolf. Down go the Rockies, and at the end of 2.5 innings, no score. It'll be Martin, Wolf, and Pierre in that order. Randy Wolf has retired 9 in a row, striking out 3. Ubaldo's allowed 1 hit. He has struck out 3 and retired 6 in a row. And here we go in the bottom of the 3rd. Martin hitting .247. Swings, hits a little roller to short. Scooping on the dead run is Tulowitzki to get him, and just like that, 1 away. Tulowitzki, by the way, in charging that slow roller, he has made 3 errors in 69 games. He's just been marvelous. This, of course, is the 70th game in which he has played. So Troy Tulowitzki throws out Martin, and the batter is Randy Wolf. Randy has 2 hits. He has 3 runs batted in. He does have a double, and he strikes out about 1/3 of the time. Jimenez into the windup. Ubaldo's fastball on the inside corner for a strike, and he hit 95 with that nice, easy delivery. Jimenez is a very good athlete. Big fella's strike 1 pitch on the way is another fastball high. 1-1. Jimenez fastball. He has a curve, slider, and change. 1-1 pitch on the way. Fastball hit in the gap to left center, but it's slicing, and Spilborghs picks it off on the run. So fly ball to left, 2 down. You know, the baseline box clubs at Dodger Stadium offer a private buffet and seats right up close to the action. Wednesday, you can save 30% on tickets at Dodgers.com/business and join the club with the business lunch special presented by Staples. That was easy. No score, bottom of the 3rd. Here's Pierre, who single to left field to open up the ball game, but then Furcal forced him, and he takes a strike. 0-1. No balls and 1 strike to count. No score in the 3rd. Pierre takes low, 1 ball and 1 strike. Coming into the game, Pierre was hitting .294. He's 6 for 18, so now .333 against Jimenez. Takes low and inside, ball 2. Matt Kemp was 8 for 16 against him, but Matt grounded out. Here's the 2-1 pitch coming up. Pierre, ground ball to short. Tulo charging, throws, gets him. So down go the Dodgers. That's 8 in a row plus the 4th play. So 9 in a row retired by each starting pitcher, and it's no score. Tracy led the Dodgers to 93 victories in 2004. Who are the only 3 managers to lead the Dodgers to 100 or more wins? Trace, of course, leaving, then became the manager of the Pirates, now the manager of the Rockies. Wife Debbie and 3 boys. 1 boy is in the Texas organization. That would be Chad. Another goes to school at Duquesne, and he's playing up in the Alaskan League. And the third son is a scout for the Pirates. So baseball is vitally involved with the Tracy family. Dexter Fowler grounded out in the first inning. 1-1. Randy Wolf, prior to missing to Dexter Fowler, 8 of his 9 first pitches were strikes. Jimenez 8 of 10 first pitch strikes. And that off-speed pitch in line to center for a base hit. Fowler, long legs, makes a big turn, and for call bluffs it back.
12,
so Dexter Fowler with the leadoff single after Wolf had retired 9 in a row. Fowler has stolen 13 out of 18, but of course he's going up against a veteran left-hander. And Clint Barmas checking with Rich Dower to see if there might be a play in the works or whatever. See his numbers against left-handers. And the first thing, keep an eye on Fowler. Barmas pretty much of a contact hitter, flied to right field. That's a strike. 0-1. Bruce Dreckman is the plate umpire. He's been in the big leagues over 10 years. From Iowa. 0-1. Barmas, as we mentioned earlier, will hate to see the month of June disappear. He's had 3 straight multi-hit games, and he has 36 hits this month. Off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. What was that note we had about Ichiro? He had 50 hit months 4 times. 50 hits. 1-1 the count to Clint Barmas. Poke foul, 1-2. Interesting too, we were talking to Drew Goodman, one of the fine broadcasters for the Colorado Rockies, and we got talking about Ichiro, and he said, did you ever see Ichiro take batting practice? Well, he said no. He said he takes batting practice and hits so many balls into the seats, he looks like Japanese answer to Babe Ruth. I said, you're kidding. No. And then he talked to one of the coaches, and he marveled at exactly that. You think of Ichiro basically as a base hit here and a base hit there, but in BP, he's unbelievable. 2-2 the count to Barmas. On deck, Todd Helton. No score, 4th inning, each side with 1 hit. Fastball hit in the air to left field. Pierre has a play. Fowler tags. Pierre for the catch. Fowler on the run. He is in there as Pierre makes a good one-hopper, but Fowler's just too quick. So a fly ball deep to left. Juan almost on the warning track. So Fowler in scoring position, and Hilton and Atkins trying to pick him up. Todd Helton batting .317, 9 home runs, 53 runs batted in. Way inside, ball 1. They're looking at Helton going against Randy Wolf. He is 5 for 24. Hit a soft line drive for call in the first inning. 1-0. Down and dirty, 2-0 the count. Randy Wolf working on one tough hombre in Todd Helton. Dexter Fowler at second. 1 out, no score in the fourth. Picks up the corner, 2-1. Check swing foul. Helton and Garrett Atkins could talk a little bit about a 1994 football opener at the Rose Bowl. Tennessee and UCLA. The Bruins beat the Volunteers in that game 25-23, but that was the night Todd Helton replaced the injured quarterback for Tennessee. Then 3 weeks later, Helton hurt his knee, and it was the beginning of the Peyton Manning story. Slap foul. Still 2-2. One of the hitters that Helton admired so much when he was growing up in Knoxville, Don Mattingly, who was over in the Dodger dugout trying to figure out ways to get him out. 2-2. And there goes Fowler to third on a foul ball. The Dexter, long legs. And boy, he covers a lot of ground in just a few strides. For Todd Helton, if you remember, he signed a 9-year deal, an extension, after 2001. 9 years, which will carry him through 2012. He began his career in 1997 with the Rockies. 2-2. Ball 3. Helton has had as many as 49 home runs and as many RBIs as 147. So he's been the franchise player without a doubt. And those who know him well say he hasn't changed a bit. 3-2. There goes Fowler again. The pitch is low. The throw is not in time. So all of a sudden the Rockies have something going. First and third with 1 out. As we said, Fowler with those long strides. Close play. Interesting too the way Casey Blake positioned himself to make the catch and let Fowler slide into the tag. Like that. But the tag was up on the shin and the foot was on the bag. Good call. Third base umpire Bill Holm. So a walk and a stolen base. First and third, 1 out, and Garrett Atkins at the plate. Check Atkins. He was 4 for 9 against Wolf coming into the game. Slow breaking ball to strike. Garrett flied to left field in the second inning. So it would certainly appear like they have the right guy at the plate at the right time. First and third and 1 out. Atkins has grounded into 7 double plays. Another breaking ball in the dirt. Nice block by Martin. 1 ball and 1 strike. Atkins has been swinging the bat a little bit better, and he's hitting .289 against left-hand pitching. Breaking ball, line drive at Blake, dives at the bag, and they get Fowler. Well, you can't ask more from that from either side. For Atkins, he crushed it, and for Blake, able to dive at the bag and just beat Fowler getting back. at the end of 3.5, no score. Ball hit right at Casey Blake, and the Dodgers get out of a tough spot. Bottom of the fourth, no score, and Rafael for call. Ball one. Rafael hit into a force play in the first inning. 0 for 1, hitting .244. Big bouncer to the right side to Barmes. One away. Remember the trivia question? It had to do with the fact that Jim Tracy piloted the Dodgers to 93 wins in 2004. Who are the only three managers to lead the Dodgers to 100 or more wins? Leo DeRocher back in the 40s, Charlie Dressen in 53, and Walter Alston did it twice, 62 and 74, losing, if you remember, in 62 to the Giants. 1 ball and no strikes to Orlando Hudson, is struck out in the first inning. 1-1 to Orlando. 5 home runs, 41 runs batted in, which was the total of RBIs he had last year for Arizona. One ball and 1 strike. Good fastball. 1-2. Ubaldo Jimenez battling Randy Wolf. In the dirt. Jimenez has been clocked as high as 98. They say once in a blue moon he's actually hit 100 on the gun. Foul ball. One of the problems, and part of it, is youthfulness. Jimenez earlier in his career had a habit of overthrowing. There's a one-hopper, but it's right at Barmes. That'll be the second out. 2 down, and the batter will be Casey Blake. The Dodgers have hit 1 ball in the air so far against Jimenez, and of all people, it was Randy Wolf who hit a fly ball to left field. So for Joe Torre, whose club has struggled of late, losing 2 in a row, 4 out of 5. Here's Blake, struck out in the first inning. 1 ball and no strikes. Fouled away to even it up, 1-1. The setting sun reflected on a bank of clouds back of the mountains in center field. What a backdrop. Line drive. Oh, what a play by Tulowitzki. Up the ladder to one-handed, and that's that. And at the end of a tough 4, no score. Ball game. Give you an idea, each pitcher has had an 8-pitch inning. The hardest work was Randy Wolf in the 4th inning when he made 19. Red Hop struck out in the 2nd inning, 0 for 1. If you would ask Jim Tracy, if you're a young player coming to the Rockies and you say, Skip, who should I look at in order to really learn the ropes, how to be a big leaguer? Jim would say, just keep your eye on either Todd Helton or Brad Hop. You follow them, you're doing just fine. The way they conduct themselves, their attitude, the fact that they come to the ballpark ready to play every day. Helton and Hop. One and 2 to Brad. Fouled away. Just did get a piece of that. Brad Hop does everything very well except maybe run. Big boy out of Fort Worth, Texas. Went to school at LSU. And a shot up the middle for a base hit. So Hop opens up the 5th with a single, and the batter will be Troy Tulowitzki. Well, if you ask him what's cooking, why not ask him? Yeah, Wolfgang Puck is here, taking in the ball game. Frankie Muniz is here. And let's see, looking around, we also see Christian Slater enjoying a hot dog. And I'm sure there's laughter wherever Jimmy Kimmel goes, so they're here taking in the game. No score, 5th inning, and they're seeing a dandy. Hop at first, and here's Troy Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki grounded out in the 2nd inning, made that leaping stab of the line drive hit by Casey Blake. No score in the 5th. Tulowitzki, as we mentioned earlier, doing a complete about face in the last 3 weeks. Off the plate. Tulowitzki coming to Los Angeles, and I'm sure a lot of friends, former classmates at Long Beach State. He's from Santa Clara. And among other things, he had an unassisted triple play
1-2. Tulowitzki is a big boy, 6'3", 210. Only 24. He'd be 25 in October. And he first came up in 06. And slices one to right. Ethier coming over to make the catch. Has a play at first. And instead, Hoff just did get back. So one away. And the batter will be Ryan Spilborghs. Spilborghs grounded out in the third inning. Earlier in his career, Ryan was known as a first ball hitter. And I mean, he was a very successful first ball hitter. There was a stage in his early career where when he put the first pitch in play, he hit .468. Ryan's dad was born in Belgium and his mom in Guatemala. 1 ball and no strikes. Ryan says, I might very well be the only Belgian Guatemalan human being besides my sister. I guess so. 1-0 to Ryan. Off the plate. 2 balls and no strikes. Beautiful sunset time in Los Angeles. Wow. And a high fly ball. Back goes Pierre on the track, looking, watching it go over the wall, and it's 2-0 in favor of Colorado. Ryan Spilborgh's 6th home run. He now has 29 runs batted in. For Randy Wolf, that would be the 15th home run that he's allowed this year. That's very high on the club. So 2-0 in favor of the Rockies. And the batter will be Chris Iannetta. Right out over the middle of the plate. And Spilborghs was not about to let that go. The count, 2 balls and no strikes. So it was a hitter's count. And Ryan took advantage of it. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Rockies. No runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. Boy, the sky is on fire tonight. 0-1. Check swing. 1 ball, 1 strike. Not just a rich pink, it goes almost to crimson. 2-1 the count. Two runs, 3 hits for the Rockies. No runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. Dodgers trailing, and remember, they're the last of the Mohicans, the only team in the big leagues not having lost 3 in a row. And they've lost 2 straight coming in. Three and 1. Hard ground ball inside third down the line. Pierre will have to run it down, and it didn't quite come back to him, so easily into second goes Iannetta. So a single, a home run, and now a double. And Wolf was fortunate, remember, to get out of the 4th inning. First and third, 1 out, and Atkins crushed the ball, and Casey Blake caught it, turned it into a double play. So Randy being hit hard here in the 5th, and now the pitcher, Ubaldo Jimenez, coming up. Jimenez with that little 4-game hitting streak, and he made Randy work in the 3rd inning. Oh, sure, he struck out, but it took 7 pitches to put him away. Ball 1. On deck, Dexter Fowler. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 5th, they'll have Ethier, Kemp, and Loney. Randy hits 90 with the fastball. 1-1. Fastball in there. Just missed with it. 2-2, staying with the fastball. He threw Jimenez a lot of breaking balls in that 7-pitch at bat in the 3rd. Now he's coming back with all hard stuff. 2-2. And another fastball. So Jimenez giving him quite a battle with the bat. Meanwhile, Chris Iannetta at second, 1 out, and the Rockies lead 2-0. Fastball again. And a fastball finally sends him back to the dugout. And he hit 91 on that one.
Center fielder, Dexter Fowler.
So Dexter Fowler coming up with Iannetta at second and 2 down. And the Rockies leading 2-0. Randy has struck out 4. He has walked 1. And he has given up 4 hits and 2 runs. Fowler grounded out, single to center. Stole third. And was nailed on Atkins' line drive. Dexter hitting .256, 3 home runs, 18 runs batted in. And a little ground ball for a call. Raphael hurrying, and Loney does a good job at the other end of it. So 2 runs, 3 hits. Spilborg hits 1 out with Hoff aboard, and it's 2-0 Rockies. brought to you by Shakey's. This Tuesday, June 30th, get your free Dodger tickets while supplies last with the purchase of a large meal deal at Shakey's. Just say triple play. And by Southwest Airlines, ready when you are. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Rockies lead the Dodgers 2-0, bottom of the 5th inning. Ethier, first ball swinging, fouls it away. Interesting with Ubaldo Jimenez facing Randy Wolf. In the 3rd inning, it took 7 pitches for Randy to strike him out. It took 7 pitches to strike him out again in the 5th inning. So 2 7-pitch at-bats for Jimenez. No Dodger has seen more than a 6-pitch at-bat. Little odd for a pitcher showing the way, getting deep in the count. 1-1. Andre with 5 multi-hit home run games. And hits one foul down the line, out of play. 1-2 the count to Andre. Grounded out in the 2nd inning. Ethier coming into the game was hitting .286 against Jimenez. In the dirt, 2-2. Game 1 of the 3-game series. They'll be after each other again tomorrow night. And then remember, Wednesday is a 12-10 game. Tomorrow night, Jason Marquise and Chad Billingsley. Wednesday, Jason Hamill and Clayton Kershaw. And down goes Andre Ethier. 1 away in the 5th inning. 4 strikeouts for Jimenez. Matt Kemp coming up, grounded out in the 2nd inning. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Rockies. No runs, 1 hit for the Dodgers. They managed 5 hits and 2 runs yesterday. Chopper up the middle, base hit for Matt Kemp. Kemp was hitting .500 against Jimenez coming in, and sure enough, he's 1 for 2. So we'll see what Kemp can do, as he certainly poses a threat, a distraction, and the possibility of a stolen base. Matt has stolen 18 out of 21. And here is Loney. Struck out in the 2nd inning. Two runs, 4 hits for the Rockies. 2-run home run by Ryan Spilborghs. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Hard to believe Jimenez came in with an earned run average over 10 against the Dodgers in 3 previous games. That's a strike. 0-1. Made his big league debut in 2007. Last year, left-handers hit .248 against him. Right-handers .241. Oh, and 1. One ball and 1 strike. Loney, a long look at Larry Boa. Kemp, short lead at first. And there goes Kemp. Off speed, and it's a fly ball to right. They try to fool Kemp at second base, and Hop's throw back is not in time. So Loney, a fly ball to right field. Kemp was able to pick up the action and get back. And with two down, the batter will be Russell Martin. So exciting. Gary Darling, the second base umpire, almost threw a shoe trying to get back into position. So here's Martin, who grounded to short in the third inning, going after the first pitch. We'll see what he does this time. And with two out, we'll certainly keep an eye on Kemp. Fastball, strike. And he hits a nice, easy 97. When he throws effortlessly, he can hit 97. He made a pitch a little while ago, was body and soul behind it, and it was 91. Classic case of overthrowing. Two-run home run by Ryan Spilborg. That's the difference. 2-0 Rockies. Dodgers have beaten the Rockies 8 out of 9 this year. In the dirt, good save by Iannetta. 1-1 the count. Waiting on deck, Randy Wolf. There goes Kemp on a pitch out, but a bad pitch, and he's stolen it. So Jimenez makes a bad pitch on a pitch out. And as good as Iannetta is handling that bad pitch, there's no way he could get Kemp out there. And look where the pitch is. Kemp in there has now stolen 19 out of 22. Two balls and one strike. So Jimenez, his own fault. Kemp steals second, and Martin now will get the intentional pass, and they'll take their chances against Randy Wolf. Ball four. So 2 on, 2 out, and Randy coming up. Wolf has 3 runs batted in. He has 2 hits, 1 a double. And what makes him dangerous, he has struck out only 9 times in about 35 plate appearances, which is very good for a pitcher. Timeout for the moment. They're retrieving a loose beach ball. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Rockies. No runs, 2 hits for the Dodgers. Bottom of the 5th inning. Jason Marquise and Chad Billingsley, 2 9-game winners, go head-to-head tomorrow night. Starts him breaking ball for a strike. Little slider in there. 0-1. Giants beat the Cardinals tonight 10-0. A 2-hitter. And was that a balk or was time called? They are going to charge him with a balk. And now let's see. Jim's coming out. I think he feels time had been called. And Bruce Dreckman explaining to Jim. Maybe Jimenez misread the hand motion of Randy Wolf. See the way Randy Wolf put his hands up in the air? I think maybe that confused Jimenez. Can we look at that again? If we can rack it up. Watch Wolf now. Right there. Looks like he's asking for time, and so Jimenez stops stayed on the rubber, and it's a balk. So the Dodgers get a big break. Also remember, on the pitch out, if Jimenez makes a decent pitch for a pitch out, they probably get Kemp. So it's 2-0 Rockies, and the Dodgers with a golden opportunity. That's a strike. Took a lot off that pitch. Dropped it down to the 80s with the slider. 1-2. Kemp at third, Martin at second, 2 out. 1-2. Breaking ball whacked into right field. In comes Kemp. Here comes Martin to score, and the Dodgers have tied it up. So the Dodgers are lucky right now. Remember, in the 4th inning, the line drive by Garrett Atkins right at Blake for a double play. Now 2 big plays in the 5th. A bad pitch out by Jimenez. Then the movement of Randy Wolf that caused Jimenez to balk. And then the base hit to drive in the tying run. And here now is Juan Pierre, ball 1. So Ubaldo Jimenez, all of 25. Two in the 5th. And ball 2. Jimenez was just sailing along until the stolen base by Matt Kemp. Had to be annoyed at himself for making the bad pitch on a pitch out. Fouled away. 2-1. Juan Pierre single to left, grounded to short, batting .325. Garrett Atkins plays him in on the grass at third. The outfield somewhat shallow in center and in left. High strike. 2-2. Fastball, little tapper. Barmes to Helton. However, the Dodgers get a little break there in the 5th inning, and what's more important, they cash it in. And at the end of 5, a 2-2 tie.
1990, certainly a big day for baseball. In the afternoon, former Dodger Dave Stewart pitched a no-hitter for Oakland against the Toronto Blue Jays. And that night, Fernando Valenzuela pitched a no-hitter against the Cardinals, 6-0. The last batter that night, former Dodger Pedro Guerrero, a ground ball to Juan Samuel, who stepped on second, threw to first for the double play, and Fernando had the no-hitter. And with that, let's go back to this one.
Well, we have a 2-2 tie. Quite a battle with Randy Wolf and Ubaldo Jimenez. For Jimenez, all alone in this world right now as he sits in the dugout thinking about what's happened. 2-2. And it'll be Clint Barmas, Todd Helton, and Garrett Atkins. Strike. Clint Barmas flied to right, flied to left, 0 for 2. Hitting .267. Little ground ball to Loney. And he kicks it. Wow. It will happen. And of course, for some reason, I guess I can still see Bill Buckner. With Buckner went through his legs, and with Loney, it just kicks away for an error. James doesn't make very many. That is his third error. So we'll see what the Rockies do with the break now with Todd Helton. Helton 0 for 1. Right. Lined out to short and walked. Amazing. More walks than strikeouts over all these years. Fouled away. 0-2. How is Helton doing this year in that department? 37 walks. Today pick one up, so 38 walks, 41 strikeouts. Remarkable. Two-two, sixth inning. Just off the plate. Helton has walked well over 100 times, 5 times in his career. He has struck out over 100 times once, and he has walked as many as 127. In the dirt to the backstop, down to second goes Barmas, and holding there. So a tiebreaker at second with nobody out. In case you joined us a little late, Rockies got a quick 2, Haupt single, and a 1-out home run by Ryan Spilborghs. Dodgers were fortunate in the 5th. Kemp singled, stole second. Martin was walked intentionally. I think Jimenez misread Randy Wolf's action as the batter and thought it was time and balked. And then Randy Wolf singled to right to drive in 2 and tie up the game. One and 2 the count to Todd Helton. He has 53 runs batted in and 9 home runs. Last year, with a bad back, the best he could do is have 7 home runs and 29 runs batted in, so he's obviously healthy again. And fouled away. He's the master of the foul ball, that's for sure. Todd was learning to hit, being taught by his dad, who was a minor league catcher. They started to teach him how to hit when he was 5. 2-2. Slow curveball, little fly ball to left. Here comes Pierre. So Helton unable to advance the runner, going after that slow
For the
bender.
Rockies, third baseman, number 27, Garrett Atkins.
And the batter is Garrett Atkins. And Helton angry at himself, I'm sure. I'm sure he would consider that a very bad at bat. Atkins flied to left. First and third, one out in the fourth. He hit a BB right at Casey Blake. Blake dived at the bag and nailed Fowler before he could get back, and the Dodgers got out of a tough scrape. Garrett is struggling. He's been struggling for a while. Hitting .228. Ground ball moving over to third on a play to the shortstop, and getting away with it is Barmes. So two down. Barmes at third, and the batter is Brad Hop.
Rockies right fielder, number 11, Brad Hop.
Hop is not the guy the Dodgers want to see in this spot, so Martin going out to talk. Brad not only a career .350 hitter against the Dodgers, we told you hitting .397 with runners in scoring position. When Brad was in junior college, he wanted to go to LSU. Now LSU had just signed a hotshot pitcher, and Hop called the director of recruiting for LSU and said, I want to play for you, and I'm playing against the guy you just signed in a day or two, whatever. So the director said, well, I'll go and look at the pitcher we just signed, and I'll take a look at Hop, this junior college kid who had the chutzpah to call me. And all Hop did in the game is go 4 for 4, including 3 doubles. And the next day he got a call from LSU saying, we want you to be a Tiger. And here he is now with the Rockies. 0-1. Slow curveball fouled away. Brad with 12 home runs, 55 runs batted in. On 2. That curveball off the plate. So Barmes down the line from third with 2 out. As we always do, we check. Randy Wolf has 4 wild pitches. And a bouncer down to Orlando. That'll be that. So the error doesn't hurt, although in a sense it allows that extra man to come up. And at the end of 5.5 innings, it's a 2-2 tie. Santa Barbara. Ryan Spilborg's got one where he could drive it, and drive it he did. His home run over the wall in left center with Brad Hoff aboard. That gave the Rockies a brief 2-0 lead, but the Dodgers have tied it up. Now they try to untie it in the bottom of the 6th with Furcal. Ball 1. By the way, the all-important pitch count. Randy Wolf in 6 innings has made 96 pitches, so they'll be watching him very carefully. That's a strike. Randy's last 3 games, 87, 87, 67. Most pitches in a game this year, 109. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Ronald Belisario. 2-2 in the 6th. The Rockies have been thoroughly frustrated tonight. They have had 6 scoring opportunities, and they are 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. And a fly ball to center. Fowler is there. So Furcal 0 for 3, 1 away. And Orlando Hudson coming up.
Second baseman, number 13, Orlando Hudson.
In 5 innings, Ubaldo Jimenez had made 65 pitches. Well, that's only 13 pitches, which is far above his average. He averages 110 pitches every game. Right. If this turns out to be a 1-run game, the Dodgers have a decided advantage. Dodgers are 13-2 in 1-run games at home. The Rockies overall are 7-11. They're at the bottom in 1-run games. Also, what normally happens, if they get into a battle of the bullpens, the Dodgers always explode. Bouncer backhanded to Jimenez. In the Rockies and the Dodger games this year, from the 7th inning on, the Rockies in 9 games have scored 7 runs. In the same 7 inning on, the Dodgers have scored 34 runs. Almost 5 times as many as the Rockies. Tonight, 2-2 in the 6th. And here's Casey Blake. Ball 1. Casey hitting .290. That's a strike. 11 home runs, 48 runs batted in. Whoa. Up and in fastball. You talk about a shave. 2-1 to count. And that was 97. Casey fortunate to keep his beard. Breeze blowing out to right field. Three and 1 to Casey Blake. Ubaldo has walked 1 that was intentionally granted to Russell Martin. Andre Ethier waits on deck. Fouled away, 3 and 2. Back. Still 3 and 2. High slider. And Bruce Dreckman will chase it down himself and throw it out.
Fastball comebacker. So a 1-2-3 inning for Jimenez, and at the end of 6, Rockies 2, Dodgers 2. With the AT&T Rapid Rewind. AT&T, the nation's fastest 3G network. AT&T, your world delivered. 7th inning in a 2-2 tie with Tulowitzki to start it off. It might seem like Ronald Belisario pitches in every game, but it's not true. As Randy Wolf talks to Clayton Kershaw, giving him some idea about the Rockies hitters. Clayton will pitch Wednesday against him. Belisario is in his 40th game. This for the Dodgers is their 77th game. So he's sure been busy. 1 ball and 1 strike. Tulowitzki 0 for 2. Foul back. 1-2 to Troy. Tulowitzki made an eye-catching put out on a ball hit by Casey Blake in the 4th inning. 1-2. Fastball, but just low. 2-2. Belisario hits 97. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Rockies. 2 runs, 3 hits for the Dodgers. And he just blew him away with a 98-mile-an-hour fastball. How in the world did he ever hit anything like that? 1 out. Wow. Here, try to hit it. So 1 away, and Ryan Spilborgh's coming up. Talk about trying to catch up to a 98-mile-an-hour express. Spilborgh's grounded to third and homered. And of course, it is a completely different pitcher, not just left and right, but with Randy, slow curveballs, the occasional fastball at 89, maybe 90. And then you get Belisario coming in, throwing anywhere from 92 to 98. By the way, we certainly have to keep track of it. It's a 2-2 tie.
which means Randy Wolf will not have a decision. So it means 11 no decisions for him, and we'll repeat the record for no decisions, 20. Bert Blyleven for the 79 Pirates. So Tulowitzki and Spilborghs bite the dust trying to catch that 95 to 97 fastball. You know, in People's All-Stars Among Us campaign, 3 finalists from each MLB team were nominated for their charitable efforts. And today, we congratulate Barbara Polilis, the Dodger winner, for all her help assisting teens with special needs. Barbara will be honored during ceremonies before the All-Star game, July 14th, seen only on Fox. And ball 1 to Chris Iannetta. Iannetta struck out, doubled, and they left him. From Providence, Rhode Island. Fly ball to right field. Ethier's there. Phil Belisario comes in and breezes through the 7th. And we're heading for the bottom of the 7th in a 2-2 tie. The crowd asked to stand and sing God Bless America.
Tonight we welcome back Haley Singley Kirkland. Haley will be accompanied by Nancy B. at the Dodger Stadium organ.
God bless America.
Singley Kirkland. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the California Lottery 7th
inning. 2-2, bottom of the 7th inning. Ronald Belisario needed just 11 pitches to set the Rockies down. And now Ubaldo Jimenez will be facing Andre Ethier, Matt Kemp, and James Loney. Ethier has grounded out and struck out, hitting .259. Ball one. For Jimenez, he made only 81 pitches in 6 innings. This is without a doubt the best game we have ever seen him play. Usually the Dodgers scramble his eggs, and very early. 1-1. Dodgers have beaten Jimenez 3 times already this year, and in the 3 games he's given up 17 runs in 15 innings. But he's been tough tonight. Foul back, 1-2. Jimenez, among other things, not overpowering. He has struck out 4, but he's getting a lot of ground balls. He's had 10 ground balls. And a drive slicing away. Spilborghs makes a wonderful play in left field. Ryan Spilborghs taking an extra base hit away from Andre Ethier. Fine play, 1 away. And of course, that's what happens when you're throwing strikes. You're not walking people. All of the defenders are on their toes. Beautiful play. 1 out. So Spilborghs, who had a 2-run home run, takes an extra base hit away from Ethier. And now here's Matt Kemp. Remember what we told you earlier about Kemp? How dangerous he is in a game, especially from the 7th inning on. From the 7th inning on, he's hitting .398, would you believe it? 1-1 to Matt. Then in the 5th inning, he singled, broke to steal second. Iannetta called pitch out, and Jimenez made a very bad pitch out, and Kemp got away with the stolen base. Line drive foul. One and two to Matt. Then in that same inning after Kemp stole second, they walked Martin intentionally. And then the biggest play of the night, when Randy Wolf held his hand up in the air and Jimenez thought he had called for time. Instead, he just stopped in his delivery and a balk was called. Understandably, Jim Tracy came out to appeal to Bruce Dreckman, but there wasn't a thing he could do. Nobody else had done anything. It was just Randy Wolf at the plate. And then, after the balk, Wolf singled to right to drive in 2, and the game's tied. 2-2 to Matt Kemp. Ball 3, James Loney on deck. Ground ball to Tulowitzki. 2 down here in the 7th inning, and the batter will be James Loney. You know, you can start your holiday off right with an Independence Day fireworks spectacular tomorrow. Compliments of Hyundai right here at Dodger Stadium. Watch the Dodgers and Rockies, and after the game, all fans are invited onto the field to take in the show. For tickets, call 866-DODGERS or visit Dodgers.com. 2 down, 7th inning, 2-2 tie. And here is Loney, struck out and flied to right. Line drive off the glove of Atkins, picked up by Tulowitzki, but the throw is late. So James Loney, a line drive. It looked like Atkins could catch it, but it spun out of his glove, and James is aboard. Right there, closed the glove, and the ball wasn't in it. It'll go as a base hit. So when you think about it, the way it's worked, Ethier robbed of a possible extra base hit, and now Loney a single off Atkins' glove, and that brings up Russell Martin. Martin hitting .246, ball one. Down in the Dodger bullpen with Belisario due up next and Mark Loretta coming out on deck. Ramon Troncoso begins to warm up. 2-0. For Jimenez, he is due to lead off for the Rockies in the 8th inning, and there's no one throwing in the Colorado bullpen. Two and 0 to Russell Martin. Fastball is hit into left center, base hit. Spilborghs can cut it off. Loney will go to third and stop. Tulowitzki all set to pull the trigger. So now Mark Loretta will be coming up to bat for Ronald Belisario. I'll tell you, Spilborghs made another good play, because that looks like double all the way, and Spilborghs just able to get it, hit his cutoff man, and that's the key, and they weren't going to run on Tulowitzki. So Ryan Spilborghs has made two very fine plays. Bob Apodaca, the pitching coach for the Rockies, going out to the mound. They are going to move the furniture around in the Colorado bullpen, as Jimenez now has allowed 5 hits. Atkins no doubt thinking he should have caught the line drive. So the Dodgers have been fortunate here tonight. Atkins and Tulowitzki having a little visit. The old story, you know, there are only 2 men who win and lose a game. One is the manager, because however the team comes out, that's a reflection on him, won and lost. And the other, the pitcher. The rest of the guys, they're out here having a very nice time. Matt Daly, a right-hander, gets up in the Colorado bullpen. And here is Mark Loretta. See if Loretta has ever faced him. Yep. And Mark is 0 for 2 against Jimenez. With a runner at third, we check. Jimenez has 3 wild pitches. And a strike. 0-1. Loretta hitting .264, and he has been very valuable coming off the bench. 9 for 28. He has Martin at first, Loney at third, 2 out. Fastball fouled away, so Loretta now in the hole, 0-2. Ethier robbed of a hit by Spilborghs. Kemp grounded out. Loney's line drive in and out of Atkins' glove. And Martin a long single, a good play by Spilborghs. Just off the plate. 1-2. With a great slider in that spot. So Loney at third. Martin at first, and the 100th pitch coming up for Ubaldo Jimenez. A look and a fake. Two runs, 4 hits for the Rockies. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. 2-2 the count. Mark Loretta has been in the spotlight of the big leagues ever since he came up to the Brewers in 1996. The Brewers, the Astros, the Padres, the Red Sox, and the Astros again. 2-2 the count. Time. Mark, born here in Santa Monica, went to Northwestern University.
Deuce is wild. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 out, 2-2 tie, and 2 on. 1 hopper to third. Atkins holds on to this one, throws him out. So the Dodgers get 2 hits and leave 2, and at the end of 7, Rockies 2, Dodgers 2, in a big inning for Ryan Spilborg. Has given him a big hug. He allows 2 runs, and his own mistake really hurt him. One was on a pitch out when he made a bad pitch low and away. Ionetta had no real chance to get Matt Kemp. And then the young pitcher was fooled by Randy Wolf. I don't think Randy meant to fool him, but watch Randy's hands. See him put it up like that? And I think that immediately thought it was timeout. Instead, that was called a balk, and then Wolf got a base hit to drive in 2 runs, and that evened things up, and here we are in the 8th inning, 2-2. Seth Smith will come up and bat now for Jimenez. The best game without a doubt that he's pitched against the Dodgers. He certainly looked great tonight. That's a strike to Seth Smith. Ramon Troncoso coming out of the Dodger bullpen. Seth Smith out of Mississippi. Way out in front of it. Seth Smith's first Major League RBI came in a postseason game. "26 years old. He'll be 27 the end of September. Hitting .300. Fouled away. Interesting, we were talking before about Todd Helton and how he gave up football to Peyton Manning. When Seth Smith was in high school, he accepted a football scholarship to the University of Mississippi, and he was a backup to Eli Manning. 1-2. Seth is certainly big enough. He's 6'3", 225. Selected by Arizona out of high school, but he opted to go to Mississippi and played for Team USA. And strike 3. So Belisario came in and struck out Tulowitzki and Spilborghs, and now Troncoso comes in and strikes out Smith. Remember, we were giving you that note earlier that in the games between the Dodgers and the Rockies, once you get 7th inning on, which normally means the battle of the bullpens, the Dodgers have won going away. From the 7th inning on, the Rockies have scored 7 runs against the Dodgers,
And Torrey's club has scored 34 against the Rockies' pen, and they'll be looking at the Rockies' pen tonight. Dexter Fowler grounded to second, single to center, stole third, and grounded out. Rockies are 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. 1-1. Ball 2. Ball 3. In the previous 9 games where the Dodgers have won 8, 3 of those games decided by 1 run. The Dodgers won all of them. The one game the Rockies won, they won big, 10-4. And now watch out with Dexter Fowler drawing the walk. Stole third in the 4th inning. Fowler has stolen 14 out of 19, and the batter will be Clint Barmes with 1 out. Barmes flied to right, flied to left, and hit that little ground ball, and James Loney just had to get out of his glove for an error. Clint hitting .286 with 9 home runs, 38 runs batted in. Two tie in the 8th, and they're going to watch Fowler, you can bet. Barmes, who is 0 for 3 tonight, has had a good road trip. In fact, in the recent Oakland series, Barmes was 7 for 13. And ground ball to Hudson, the quick feed to Furcal. And his throw, it hits Fowler. That'll be that. So Dexter Fowler breaks up a double play and almost breaks up himself. Hudson a little puzzled over there as Fowler went in. He's 6'4". And for Furcal trying to leap in the air and get out of the way, take another look. There's the feed, but here comes Fowler, and it hits him right on top of the helmet. So another player saved from serious injury because he was wearing a helmet. I know many years ago, an exhibition game before they wore helmets, Don Zimmer was the Dodgers shortstop, and he had a great arm. And there was a first baseman with the A's by the name of Vic Power, who was notorious for being a tough base runner. Zimmer hit Power right between the eyes. Yeah, broke up the double play, nearly broke up Power. So 2 out, Barmes at first. And here's Helton, 1 ball and no strikes. Line to short, walk, fly to left. Barmes over there at first base does not do a lot of running. He has stolen 6, but he's been caught 5. Off speed, ball 2. Helton batting .315, 9 home runs, 53 runs batted in. We're in a 2-2 tie in the 8th inning. And ball 3. Now, in his heyday,
Certainly in Colorado, they would green light Helton 3-0. No surprise. 3-1. Jim trying to get something going with 2 out. Helton is 0 for 2 in the past against Troncoso. Barmes takes a fair lead. And a fly ball to Pierre. All right. So the bullpen, Belisario and Troncoso shut him down. Dexter Fowler is fortunate he wasn't shut down. And we have a 2-2 tie. I told you that Tim Lincecum shut out the Cardinals, pitched a 2-hitter. Tonight, Roy Oswald had a complete game. The Astros beat the Padres 3-1. That game took 2 hours and 12 minutes. Matt Daly out of Queens, New York, went to college at Bucknell. When he was a freshman in high school, he was 5'1" and he weighed 95 pounds. He's now 6'2" and he weighs about 175 pounds. A little bit of an unorthodox stance. Watch what he'll do as far as bending his knees prior to pitching. If you ask him what he got as he prepares to pitch to Pierre, what did you get when you signed? He got a plane flight to Casper, Wyoming. That was his bonus. A plane flight, no dollars. So he's really had to fight his way to the big leagues. No one thought he could make it. 1-1. Spent the last couple of years in Colorado Springs. So we'll see if the pattern holds up. Late in the game, bullpen to bullpen, the Dodgers win 8 out of 9. 2-1 the count to Juan Pierre. This year he made his debut in April. First batter and first strikeout. He gave the ball to his parents. Sinker missed. He had a freak thing happen to him. He was on the DL. He sprained his left foot. He was racing to back up home plate. The umpire kicked the bat out of the way and kicked it right into Daly's path. So in running to back up home plate, he stepped on the bat and sprained his foot. How about that for a bad break? Matt Daly. 3-2 to Pierre. Fouled away. The bullpens are busy. The Dodgers at this stage have big Jonathan Broxton. And down in the Rockies bullpen, Randy Flores. Houston Street normally is the closer, but he's pitched 3 straight games in Oakland. And ball 4, so a rabbit is loose. So Matt Daly will not only have to contend with Furcal, but also Juan Pierre, who has stolen 18 out of 24. Not only has Houston Street pitched in 3 straight, he was hit on the right arm by a line drive. Lucky he didn't have a broken arm. But it's doubtful we'll see Street. And Manny Corpus is on the DL. So going into this game, the Rockies are a little bit thin in the pen. Furcal is 0 for 3. Ball 1. Paid attendance tonight. Nice crowd on a beautiful evening and seeing a really good game. 41,288. 41,288. 2-2, bottom of the 8th. Matt Daly is 27 years old. The bunt in the air over the screen. 90-mile-an-hour fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike. One ball and 1 strike. The bunt in the air, caught by Atkins, no further play. So Rafael Furcal pops it up. 1 away, and the batter will be Orlando Hudson. Orlando Hudson struck out, grounded out twice, 0 for 3.
Orlando Hudson.
Two runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 4 hits for the Rockies. Bottom of the 8th. Hudson followed by Casey Blake. And a strike. Well, it's hard to keep that delivery, isn't it? I mean, he bends at the knees and just seems to freeze. And for the runner, not quite sure just where he is setting. Like that. And a pop fly. Shallow center, coming in is Fowler. Two down here in the 8th, and Casey Blake coming up. When the Rockies come up in the 9th inning, they have Atkins, Hopp, and Tulowitzki.
2-2 tie. Casey Blake struck out, hit a line drive. Troy Tulowitzki went up the ladder and made a great one-hand catch. And then last time up, Casey hit back to the box. Now, of course, with 2 out, Juan Pierre is a definite threat to go. Iannetta looks over at Tracy to see about a pitch out. Well, we'll see if he has a message. Boy, what a guessing game, huh? And nothing happens. Pierre is trying to read Matt Daly. Matt Daly freezes into position. And Casey Blake, tired of waiting, backs out. And a strike. 2 things a catcher has to be very careful of in a spot like this. Some catchers cheat a little bit. Not Iannetta, but in what appears to be a base stealing situation, a lot of catchers will turn the right shoulder so that they're more in position to throw. That makes them vulnerable to catch the pitch. The other is in this kind of a spot, the catcher might not get down as far as possible and could then be vulnerable to a low pitch. So there's a lot of pressure on Iannetta, but he's squared away behind the plate. He is not turning a little bit, getting ready to throw. Let's see where he sets a little high. And there goes Pierre. Pitch is low, the throw, oh, what a throw, and he beat it. Boy, you talk about a big league play. Clint Barnes arguing with Gary Darling. Wow. Iannetta makes a perfect throw. If they put a barrel at second base, he would have thrown that thing right in. And remember, he had to take it out of the dirt. That close. Wow. How close? Looks like he missed the arm with the tag, got the shoulder. If he tags the arm, he's got him. See where the tag is? Well, that was a difference. Boy, that was a great throw. Now Blake trying to pick him up. 1 ball, 1 strike. One and 2. Dodgers got a big break when Kemp stole second base in the 5th inning on a very poor pitch out by Jimenez. And now Iannetta comes so close on a pitch that he had a backhand out of the dirt. So Pierre has stolen 19 out of 25. 1 and 2 to Casey Blake. There goes Pierre to third. Little ground ball. Atkins picks it up and gets the out. Otherwise, Pierre scores. So Blake grounding out on a close play. No runs, no hits, a walk, and a man left. And at the end of 8, a 2-2 tie. as Jonathan Broxton takes over in the 9th inning of a 2-2 tie. Ian Stewart will bat for Garrett Atkins. So there'll be an extra left-handed bat, Stewart and Hobb, and then Troy Tulowitzki. Jonathan Broxton with that splendid record of 6-0. Broxton with 18 saves, 13 walks, and 57 strikeouts. And Ian Stewart will hit for Atkins. Atkins flied to left, lined out, and grounded out. And Stewart, who plays a lot of third base, will now come up and hit. Ian Stewart was born in Long Beach, lives in Garden Grove, went to La Quinta High School in Westminster. Also committed to go to SC and then passed up college to turn pro. A lot of power. And a strike. And looking at Stewart's battles with Broxton and vice versa, Stewart is 1 for 4. One ball and one strike. We're talking about Stewart and power. Only 3 Rockies had ever hit home runs into the upper deck at Coors. Larry Walker, Todd Helton, and former Dodger Todd Hollingsworth. And Stewart hit one off the top of the 3rd deck, which really got everybody's attention. 2-2. He's 6'3", 205-pounder. Took him only 9 career at-bats before he hit his first Grand Slam home run. 2-2 to Ian. 24. Came up briefly 2 years ago, then last year, and now this year. And ball 3. They tell a story in Asheville where Mike Gallego had infielders running the bases, and all of a sudden Stewart with ice bags in each knee came out. Gallego said, "No, kid, not for corners. This is for middle infielders." And he said, "I know, but can't I just stand out here and watch and learn something?" And Gallego knew they had something special. Foul back. 3-2. As far as the home run threat, and Stewart is certainly that, Broxton has allowed 1 home run this year. 3-2. Down he goes because he also strikes out a lot of people. So Stewart blown away, 1 down, and Brad Hopp coming up. Belisario came in and pitched an inning and struck out 2. Troncoso came in and struck out 1 in an inning. And now Broxton. Brad Hopp struck out, singled, grounded out. Fouled away. Brad Hopp against Broxton. He is 6 for 13. That's a .462 batting average with a home run. Oh, and 1 to Brad. Fouled away. Hopp with 12 home runs. 2 years ago he hit 29. Last year he hit 25. Last we checked, Brad had 16 home runs in his career against the Dodgers while hitting over .350. One and 2. Each team scored 2 in the 5th inning, and that's it. And down he goes. He got Stewart down and away, and he gets up and in on Hopp. Take a look at the location up there. Is also 99 miles an hour. So with 2 out, here is Troy Tulowitzki. Tulowitzki 0 for 9 with 6 strikeouts against Broxton. 0 and 1. Troy tonight grounded to third, flied to right, and struck out. Belisario struck him out. I think it was a 97-mile-an-hour fastball. So we got the big boys throwing BBs out there. 0 and 1 to count. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 9th, they'll have Ethier, Kemp, and Loney. 0 and 1. Shoot. Wow. Well, the gun says 99. No balls and 2 strikes. And a foul ball. Well, that's something in itself, the way Broxton's heating up. And it says 100 miles an hour on the gun. Broxton is well rested. He did not pitch in the Seattle series. 0 and 2. Time. So if you're Tulowitzki, you've faced Broxton 9 times before and you've struck out 6 times. You fouled off a 100-mile-an-hour pitch to go 0 and 2. Ball 1. Crowd wants every pitch a strike. That was Broxton at off speed. He went from 100 to 92. And another foul ball. Still 1 and 2. Now Martin going out to talk to him with 2 strikeouts. Broxton now has 59 strikeouts and walked only 13. 1-2 the count on Troy Tulowitzki. Ryan Spilborgh's waiting on deck. One and two. 2-2. Two runs, 4 hits for the Rockies. 2 runs, 5 hits for the Dodgers. 9th inning, 2 out, bases empty. Giants won. They beat the Cardinals 10-0. Oh boy, he just strikes out the side and made it look so easy. Stewart, Hoff, and Tulowitzki bite the dust, and we're heading for the bottom of the 9th inning in a 2-2 tie. Houston Street, who had pitched in all 3 games in Oakland and also took a nasty line drive off the right forearm. They are without Manny Corpus, who's on the DL. So they brought in Matt Daly, and now they bring in Randy Flores. And Randy's a local boy, born in Bellflower, makes his home in Pico Rivera. He was drafted by the Yankees out of USC. Originally picked by the Cardinals, but decided to go back to SC for his senior year and became the winningest pitcher in SC history. He has a younger brother, 4 years younger, Ron Flores, who followed him to USC. Ron met Randy in a big league game. Ron was pitching for the A's and Randy for the Cardinals. Before the Weavers. And here is Andre Ethier, grounded to second, struck out, flied to left on a wonderful play by Ryan Spilborghs. That's a strike. 0-1. Randy Flores in his 15th game, an ERA of almost 5. He's only worked 7 innings. Struck out 8, walked 2. That's pretty impressive. 1-1. One and two. Randy Flores 6-footer, 190. 33. Be 34 the end of July. Two balls and two strikes. Although he was signed by the Yankees, Randy never made it to Yankee Stadium. Then with the Rangers, the Rockies, the Cardinals. Basically fastball, curve, slider, and a change. And a one-hopper into right center. Going over to get it is Fowler, and he can't come up with it. And Ethier is into second base, leading off the bottom of the ninth. Dexter Fowler should have come up with that ball cleanly, but he was in haste. So now Jim Tracy can't afford to wait. With a runner at second and nobody out, Jim is immediately going to the bullpen. There will not be an error charge. It will go as a double, but that's the kind of a play this time of a game a center fielder has to come up with. So Ethier gets a big break, and now Juan Rincon will be called in from the bullpen to face Kemp, Loney, and Martin, and we'll be back. Into right center into a leg double, and that puts all kinds of pressure now on the Rockies. And Matt Kemp, whom we mentioned is dynamite in the last 3 innings of the games, is coming up against Juan Rincon. He's from Maracaibo in Venezuela, was originally signed by the Twins in 1996. 30 years old. Spent quite a few years with the Twins, then briefly the Indians, the Tigers, and now the Rockies. Kemp has grounded to third, singled, stole a base, scored a run, and grounded out. Matt hitting .311. Slider, 0-1. Juan Rincon. Fastball, slider, and a changeup. On deck, James Loney. And another slider, 0-2. That's his bread and butter pitch. But he also throws pretty hard. He's been clocked up to 95. In the minor leagues, they said he fell in love with his slider, and that hurt him. 0-2. And a little roller to short. Tulowitzki has to hurry to get Kemp. Big play. Fine play by Troy. Holding Andre Ethier, one away. And James Loney coming up with Martin on deck. And let's see about Loney and what they do with him. We'll watch Ionetta. He looks like, yep, they're going to put him on. So Loney will get the intentional walk, and the Dodgers will have runners at first and second with one out, and Russell Martin coming up. Ball one. Russell Martin 0 for 1 against Rincon in the past. Loney had struck out, flied to right, and singled on a line drive in and out of Garrett Atkins' glove. Ian Stewart now playing third. So Tracy, Bob Apodaca right there. And in a moment, the Dodgers will have runners at first and second, one out. 2-2, bottom of the ninth, and Martin coming up.
Number 55, Russell Martin.
Martin grounded to short, was walked intentionally and scored in the fifth inning, and single a left in the seventh. So another opportunity for a walk-off win. Remember, the Dodgers are 13-2 at home in one-run games. Two on, one out. Ninth inning, 2-2. Ball one. It's been Jimenez, Daly, Flores for one batter, and Rincon. Andre Ethier, the winning run at second base. James Loney at first. And ball two. On deck, Brad Ausmus. Drop that in nicely. 2-1. Flores gave up the double to Ethier. Rincon got Kemp, walked Loney intentionally. 2-1 to Russell Martin. Hard foul ball, and fouled by a foot, not much more than that. 2-2. So Ethier back to second, Loney to first with one out, and Brad Ausmus waiting on deck. Dodgers use Loretta in the seventh inning, and Mark grounded out. 2-2 to Martin. And down he goes. So Martin strikes out, and here comes Brad Ausmus. Up and in. Martin unable to make contact. Ausmus is 0 for 3 as a pinch hitter, hitting .265 overall. Ausmus has never faced Rincon, but I'm sure he knows. Look slider. Down in the Dodger bullpen, Jeff Weaver begins to loosen up. Ball one. 2 runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Rockies. Dodgers have only left 4, and so have the Rockies. Ethier's the big man, the winning run at second. 1-1. There's the slider on the inside corner. Kemp for call, hoping and watching. One and one to Brad. Fastball that time, 1-2 the count. His fastball at 87. Big difference with Broxton hitting 100. Ausmus has been playing in the big league since 1993. So he's been through it all. Brad, 40 years old, trying to get Ethier home. Down he goes. So Rincon strikes out Martin and Ausmus. And we are heading to the 10th inning in a 2-2 tie. That hand movement by Randy Wolf caused a balk on the part of Osvaldo Jimenez, and then Wolf promptly hit a breaking ball into right field for a base hit to drive in the 2 runs that tied it up. The 2 runs they had to tie were furnished by Ryan Spilborg's 2-run home run in the top of the 5th inning. So Osvaldo Jimenez has to be unhappy. He pitched a gem, except for the fact that he misinterpreted Randy Wolf's hands, and he goes out without a decision. But boy, that's the best game we've seen him pitch ever. Meanwhile, Jeff Weaver now becomes the 5th Dodger pitcher. It's been Wolf, Belisario, Troncoso, Broxton, and now Weaver. And he'll be facing Spilborg's Iannetta, and we'll see about Rincon. As far as extra inning games are concerned, the Rockies have only been in 3 extra inning games, and all 3 on the road. If you've ever been to Coors Field, you can understand. They rarely even get to the bottom of the 9th in those games. That's a strike. 0-1. The Dodgers have been in 8 extra inning games, 6-2 and 5-1 at home. Fastball, and just like that, Spilborg's in a hole. 0-2. Grounded to third, hit a 2-run home run, struck out, but made a couple of excellent plays in the 7th inning. A sliding catch of a ball by Ethier that would have been extra innings, an extra base hit. Fastball, 1-2. And he also made a good play on a ball hit by Martin to the gap in that same inning. So with his home run, he's really been involved. 1-2. now back. Game 1 of a 3-game series. Jason Marquise and Chad Billingsley, a couple of 9-game winners tomorrow night. Wednesday at 12:10, Jason Hamill, who is on a winning streak. He's won 5 straight as Billingsley sits back taking his notes for tomorrow. Weaver coming by way of third base. Still 1-2. Weaver is 4-2. Only started 4 games, and this is the 9th time he's been used in relief. One of his starts, a memorable one against his brother Jared. 2-2. Two runs, 6 hits, 1 error for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 4 hits, no errors for the Rockies. And that's fouled away. Spilborg's hitting .262. He has a half a dozen home runs, 29 runs batted in. Two balls and 2 strikes. And promptly whacked into center. Boy, that thing is hard, and it gets by Kemp. Spilborgs is into second, and he will hold there. Hudson was going to be the relay man. Boy, was that thing smoked into center.
Catcher, number 20.
So Spilborgs, who's been vitally involved, just drills one over the head of Weaver, and then as Kemp sees the ball squirt away on him, it hits something out there, and it's a double for Spilborgs. So Chris Iannetta, Dodgers kind of looking bunt. Carlos Gonzalez, left-hand hitting outfielder, out on deck. Oh, 0-1. So Tracy has his starting catcher square away. Iannetta hitting .228. 10 home runs, 27 runs batted in. Chris, however, has not sacrificed this year. And 0-2. It's awfully hard to ask a man to do something he hasn't done all year. 0-2, and Iannetta checking again with Rich Dower. Still there, no balls and 2 strikes. Iannetta checking again to see if the bunt is on or off. Chris out of Providence, Rhode Island. Went to school at the University of North Carolina. Oh, 0-2. Just holds up. 1-2 the count. Last year, Iannetta hit .275 against left-handers and .261 against right-handers. Fastball lined into left. Up with it is Pierre, and he'll get it back into for call. So that's twice after changing his arm angle. Weaver has thrown a fastball, and each time it has been ripped. The double by Spilborgs, and now the line drive single by Iannetta. So first and third, nobody out. Carlos Gonzalez coming up. Carlos Gonzalez was not with the Rockies earlier this year. He's from Maracaibo in Venezuela. 1 home run, 4 RBIs, hitting .228. Infield up, nobody out. Chopper foul, 0-1. Gonzalez was originally signed when he was 16 years old by the Diamondbacks. Oh and 1. Another ground foul, 0-2. Carlos, 23 years old. He has Spielborgs at third, Iannetta at first, nobody out. Oh and 2. Got it. So Gonzalez off the bench to strike out. In the number 9 slot, everyone in there has struck out. Jimenez struck out twice. Seth Smith struck out there. And now Gonzalez. So 1 out, and Dexter Fowler coming up. Fowler's a switch hitter, so he'll bat left-handed now. Dexter is 1 for 3 with a walk, stole a base. And bunts, foul, 0-1. Fowler, switch hitter, batting .240 left-handed, .288 right. And 0-2. So Weaver with runners at first and third and nobody out. Struck out Gonzalez. Quickly gets out in front, 0-2 to Fowler. Ball loose from the bullpen. And looking back through the books, Jim Tracy has used 3 pinch hitters and they've all struck out. Stewart, Smith, Gonzalez. Spielborgs at third. Iannetta at first. 1 out. 0-2 to Dexter Fowler. 1-2. Dodgers with Wolf, Belisario, Troncoso, Broxton, and now Weaver. Two and 2. Little high to a fellow 6'4". Fowler had a scholarship to attend the University of Miami, but the Rockies convinced him to turn pro. 2-2. And there goes Iannetta on ball 3. The Chris Iannetta steals second base. For Iannetta, his first stolen base. Now runners at second and third with 1 out. And a full count to Fowler with Clint Barmas on deck. Three and 2. And strike 3 called. A 70-mile-an-hour breaking ball. That was the last pitch young Fowler was looking for. Just a little breaking ball. He thought it was low. Bruce Dreckman said strike, and we have 2 down. And the batter now will be Clint Barmes. Barmes flied to right, flied to left, reached on an error, hit into a force play. So the Rockies were 0 for 6 with runners in scoring position. Side armor for a strike. And remember, they had Spilborghs open up with a double. That's 3 more opportunities with a runner in scoring position. They're 0 for 9. Which will wear out the patience of any manager. And a drive hooking foul down the line back into the crowd. 0-2 the count to Clint Barmes. The Weaver is doing a high wire act, and the crowd now on its feet trying to give him a little added encouragement. In the bottom of the 10th, the Dodgers will have Pierre, Foucault, and Hudson. 0-2. Got it. Strikes out the side with runners at first and third and nobody out. And we're heading for the bottom of the 10th in a 2-2 tie. The Dodgers are in first place as they shut off the opposition. Tonight, the Rockies 1 for 10, and that was when Iannetta got the base hit after Spilborghs had doubled. So Jeff Weaver does the high wire act and makes it to the other side, striking out the side, getting Gonzalez, Fowler, and Barmes. For Jim Tracy, not much else he could do. And tonight, he's really had a tough time using 3 different pinch hitters, and they've all struck out. So we go to the bottom of the 10th inning with Pierre, Foucault, and Hudson against Alan Embry, who has not been pitching well at all. His earned run average is over 7, and the veteran 1-2. Among other things, he's having trouble the same number of walks as strikeouts. Allen is 39, 6'2", 190, originally drafted by the Indians 20 years ago. Juan Pierre started off. And a strike. Pierre single to left, grounded to short, grounded to second, walked, stole a base. Pierre is 3 for 4 in the past against Embry. Line drive, he's now 4 for 5. Coming over to get it is Spilborghs to keep it to a single. Pierre got a bad break because the ball should go down the line. Instead, it hits the wall and it comes right over to Spilborg, who guns it in. But the Dodgers now have a winner in Pierre. His second hit of the night. Remember, he stole in the 8th inning. Pierre has stolen 19 out of 25. So the batter is for COL, who popped a bunt up trying to sacrifice, hitting left-handed. Right-handed, he gets it down. Embry's play just in time. And on the sacrifice, Pierre goes to second. You know, not only are the Rockies frustrated for the top of the 10th inning, the Dodgers were frustrated in the bottom of the 9th. They had first and second, 1 out, and Martin struck out and Ausmus struck out. But this time for COL moves his man up a notch, and now Hudson and Blake trying to pick him up. Hudson struck out, grounded out twice, flied to center. Orlando with better numbers batting right-handed, hitting .326 from this side of the plate. Hudson hitting .250 in the past against Alan Embry. So as we mentioned, Jim Tracy has his hands tied. Manny Corpus on the DL, and he pitched Hudson Street all 3 games in Oakland. Plus, Street was hit on the arm by a line drive. Nice save by Iannetta, ball 1. So it's been Jimenez, Daly, Flores, Rincon, and now Embry, who has really been struggling. And I'm sure, without reading Tracy's mind, he really was hoping to get by without using Allen tonight. Embry has allowed runs in 3 straight outings. Bobby Abreu beat him with a 2-run home run Wednesday. Tommy Runnels, the bench coach for Jim Tracy, and Pierre, the winning run at second base with 1 out. 1 ball and no strikes to Orlando Hudson. And there goes Pierre to third, and he'll make it easily without a throw. So now what are they going to do? Well, they'll bring the infield up. 2-0 the count to Orlando Hudson. Not a chance to get Pierre. He had a big jump, and then it was a tough pitch. Dodgers 90 feet away from a win. And ball 3. Sooner or later, we got down to that note we gave you at the very beginning. The comparison of the bullpens from the 7th inning on. And it is overwhelming one-sided for the Dodgers. And a strike. From the 7th inning on in the battle of the bullpens, the Rockies have scored a total of 7. The Dodgers have scored a total of 34. Pierre carrying the mail, 3-1 to count. Ground ball to Tulowitzki. Bad hop, and he still made the play. Whoa. Troy Tulowitzki, every inch a major league shortstop. Fine play. That thing almost hit him in the nose. So Hudson a ground ball, 2 out. Tricky hopper right up there. So now the batter is Casey Blake. And Jim Tracy is going out to the mound to talk to Embry. He has a choice, of course. If he wants to go left against left, he can put Blake on and go after Ethier. Blake, by the way, and I'm not sure if Jim Tracy is aware of it statistically, but Casey Blake with runners in scoring position and 2 outs. I mean, that is the real clutch spot. With a runner in scoring position and 2 outs, the man from Iowa is hitting .333. So let's see if they try to go after him again, or would they challenge Ethier. Ethier is hitting .190 against left-hand pitching, and Jim is certainly aware of that. So that's what they're going to do. They're going to walk Blake and take their chances against Andre Ethier. Ethier hit a sharp single to right center, and it turned into a double when Dexter Fowler couldn't cut it off. But the Dodgers left him. Ethier 1 for 4. So in a moment, first and third, 2 out in a 2-2 tie in the 10th inning. Three and 0 to Casey Blake. Each manager has found himself in a very tough spot. And then each manager has found himself in a great opportunity, and neither one has happened. So here comes Ethier. First and third, 2 out, 10th inning in a 2-2 tie. Dodgers are 13-2 in 1-run games at home. And the Rockies have a poor record in 1-run games. 7-11, and they've lost 8 of 11 on the road. Fouled away. Down to second base goes Blake. He'll have to go back to first. No stolen base even if he makes it. Ethier against Embry is 3 for 6 with a home run. So they tried to dodge a bullet with Blake, but Andre has more than held his own with the veteran left-hander. Blake ready to run to second again. 0-2 to Andre Ethier. So Blake at second base, defensive indifference, but it does put extra heat on the infielders. They don't have that easy force play. So the top of the 10th, the Rockies had first and third, nobody out. The Dodgers here had a leadoff single. 0-2. Ball 1. Embry has 2 wild pitches in the pan. So Pierre singled, sacrificed to second, stole third. With 2 out, they've walked Blake intentionally. And here is Ethier 1-2 with Matt Kemp on deck. On the hands, and he turns and pulls it foul. That was a dangerous pitch. Still 1-2. Juan Pierre, who opened up the inning with a base hit, stole third. 90 feet from a win. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Got him. So we have had a lot of strikeouts with runners in scoring position, and we're locked in a 2-2 tie, and we're heading for the 11th inning. A 2-2 tie as we go to the 11th inning. Each side had a golden opportunity. The Rockies in the top of the 10th, the Dodgers in the bottom of the 10th. The Dodgers had another golden chance in the 9th. And the relievers Rincon and Embry able to dodge bullets and extend it to the 11th inning. The Dodgers now, having used Belisario, Troncoso, Broxton, and Weaver after Wolf started, bring in Brent Leach. And for Brent Leach, he's getting quite an exposure. Last couple of days, he's been brought in to pitch to Ichiro, and tonight he's brought in to pitch to Todd Helton. So for young Brent, who's done a good job, you see that batting average allowed, just 167, collecting himself before getting ready to face Helton. Helton lined out to short, twice flied to left, and walked. First time Leach has ever faced Helton. Starts him breaking ball low, ball 1. 2 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Rockies. One ball, no strikes. And the fastball misses, 2-0. Brent Leach out of Flowood, Mississippi. Went to Delta State. A strike, 2-1 to count to Todd. Helton is hitting .310 against left-hand pitching. Two and two. Each side scored 2 in the 3rd inning. Ryan Spilborghs hit a 2-run home run. Randy Wolf singled in 2 to tie it up, and that's it. Spilborghs has made a couple of fine defensive plays and also led off the 10th with a double, and they left him at 3rd. Slow curveball for strike 3 call. Brent Leach surprising Helton with that big breaking ball. Looked high and then it dipped right in and got the corner. So that's 4 strikeouts in a row. And actually, if you go back to the 9th inning, the Rockies have had 7 strikeouts in 2 1/3 innings. Stewart, Hoff, and Tulowitzki in the 9th. Gonzalez, Fowler, and Barmes in the 10th. And now Helton here in the 11th. Ian Stewart 0 for 1. Atkins was 0 for 3. Fastball hit to Orlando. Two down, top of the 11th. When the Dodgers come up in the bottom of the 11th, they'll have Matt Kemp, James Loney, and Russell Martin. And the batter is Brad Hoff. Struck out, single to center. He was aboard when Spilborghs homered. Grounded to second and struck out. Fastball 0-1. Hoff came into the game hitting .290 against left-hand pitching. Two in the 11th. They're going to check swing, says Bill Hahn. 0-2 the count to Brad Hoff. So he got Helton with that big curveball. Now he gets out in front of Hoff. 0-2. Little roller to Orlando. So we're heading for the bottom of the 11th inning. Nice job for Brent Leach. Kemp, Loney, and Martin coming up in a 2-2 tie. All the scoring in the 5th inning. Ryan Spilborghs unloaded over the left center field wall to give the Rockies a 2-0 lead. Big play when Jimenez misunderstood Randy Wolf raising his hand, thought that it was time. A balk was called, and then adding insult to injury, Wolf got a breaking ball and singled into right field to tie up the game, and they've been locked in ever since. 2-2. So once again, Tracy goes into his bullpen, only this time he makes a double switch. Omar Quintanilla takes over at third base, and Joel Peralta will come out of the bullpen and take over. From the Dominican, went to Ventura Community College and was originally signed by the A's. Pitched for them for 3 years. Actually, he was signed by the A's and finally made it to the Angels and then the Royals. Joel Peralta facing Matt Kemp.
Fastball, a hopper. Tulowitzki up with it, guns him out. One away in the 11th inning, and the batter will be James Loney. Tulowitzki's been playing a brilliant game at short. Loney struck out, flied to right, singled off Atkins' glove, and was walked intentionally. Facing Peralta. Peralta brings a little streak in. He has an 11-inning scoreless streak since the end of May. Ball one. Joel's 5'11", maybe 180. Originally signed as an infielder, outfielder by the A's. He was released, signed with the Angels, and converted to the mound while playing amateur ball in the Dominican. 1-1. The big pitch for Peralta is a splitter. He also has a fastball and a slider, but the splitter is the out pitch. 1-1. That's a strike. Last year, left-hand hitters hit .247 against him. Right-handers .294. Peralta, 33 years old. I assume that was the splitter, and they count 2-2. Jimenez, Daly, Flores, Rincon, Embry, and Peralta. Wolf, Belisario, Troncoso, Broxton, Weaver, and Leach. 12 pitchers in the game, and we're in the bottom of the 11th in a 2-2 tie. Hitting back of Loney, Russell Martin. Got him. So Loney strikes out for the second time tonight.
55, Russell Martin.
Russell Martin grounded out, walked intentionally, single to left, and struck out. And a strike. Mitch Jones comes out on deck. Should Martin extend the inning, Jones would hit for Leach. Oh, 0-1 to Martin. One ball, one strike. And ball two. 2-1. Dodgers had a leadoff double by Ethier in the 9th, and they couldn't cash him in. They had a leadoff single by Pierre, who eventually stole third with one out. Couldn't cash him in. Rockies had a leadoff double by Spilborghs in the 10th and left him. 3-1 to count to Martin. 2 out, bottom of the 11th. In a 2-2 tie. Three and 1. 3-2.
Tracy Blake still very animated as he talks to Will Ullman. 3-2 the count. And badly fooled. Martin is looking out as if say, what in the world was that? They call it a slider at about 80. And we're heading for the 12th inning in a 2-2 tie. As we cruise to the 12th. And for the Dodgers, they bring in their 7th pitcher of the night, Guillermo Mota. Guillermo will be pitching to Tulowitzki, Spilborghs, and Iannetta. And if anybody gets on batting ninth would be Omar Quintanilla. So Guillermo, who did not pitch yesterday, pitched the middle game against the Mariners and made 17 pitches, and pitched the first game the day before that and made 33. So he had 50 pitches under his belt when they rested him yesterday, and he's right back in the game again tonight. So Mota getting ready. Troy Tulowitzki grounded to third, flied to right, and struck out twice. And in checking Tulowitzki, he is 1 for 2, and it was a home run against Mota. Dodgers really airing out the bullpen, and the way things are working, Mota bats ninth. So you expect them to hit for him in the 12th inning, but if they do that, then they would have to come up with their 8th pitcher out of the pen. So we'll see. Tulowitzki 0 for 4. Made a couple of fine plays at shortstop. Struck out against Broxton, who struck out the side in the 9th inning. 1 ball, no strikes. That's in there. Tulowitzki really struggled up until the last time we saw him in Colorado. But since then, he's been playing exceptionally well, hitting .270 against right-handers. And the count's his way, 2 balls and 1 strike. Troy, batting high up in the lineup, has 37 walks. So he's become a pretty patient hitter. And that's ball 3. In fact, here he is with 37 walks. the end of June. Troy had 38 walks all last year. And a strike. Tulowitzki, despite going 0 for 4, has played exceptionally well at short. This is his 70th game, and he's only made 3 errors. 3-2. And a hopper flagged nicely by Furcal to get him. Nice play by Raphael. So 1 away in the 12th inning. And the batter will be Ryan Spilborn. Sharply hit, but sharply played. Ryan Spilborg's grounded to third, hit a 2-run home run, struck out, and led off the 10th inning with a double. Went to third on a base hit by Iannetta. And yet, the Rockies failed to score because everybody else struck out. It would be the pinch hitter Gonzalez, then it was Fowler, and then it was Barmes. 10th inning against Jeff Weaver. 2-2. We're in the 12th. Check swing for a strike. Spilborgs can't believe it. Oh, 0-2 to Ryan. So down goes Spilborgs. 2 out in the 12th inning.
Number 20, Chris Iannetta.
The bullpen starting with Broxton, who struck out the side in the 9th inning. They've had 8 strikeouts just starting from the 9th, and we're in the 12th. 3 for Broxton, 3 for Weaver, 1 for Leach, and now this one for Mota. And here's Iannetta. Struck out double, flied out single. Ground ball to Furcal. Okay, down go the Rockies. 1, 2, 3. The Dodgers will start off with Mota's spot, then Pierre and Furcal in a 2-2 tie. Go to the bottom of the 12th inning, and Mitch Jones will bat for Guillermo Mota. Then it'll be Pierre and Furcal. Down in the Dodger bullpen, James McDonald begins to loosen up. So Joel Peralta getting ready to face the Dodgers, and McDonald getting ready just in case. 2 runs, 7 hits for the Dodgers. 2 runs, 6 hits for the Rockies.
All the scoring done in the second inning. Check me, they've shortened the scoreboard. All the scoring done in the fifth inning. They take some innings down, so if you look up quickly, you're led down the wrong path. Anyway, 2-2, 12th inning, and here's Mitch Jones. Mitch 4 for 12, hitting .333. 2 for 4 coming off the bench. And a strike. Little breaking ball in there. Mitch out of Utah, but went to school at Arizona State. 0-2. Dodgers used Loretto, who grounded out in the 7th, Ausmus, who struck out in the 9th, and Jones now as the pinch hitter in the 12th. And strike 3 called. So Jones doesn't get a chance to make contact. He is the 3rd consecutive strikeout for Peralta. Remember, he got Loney and Martin in the 11th. So 1 out in the 12th, and Juan Pierre, the batter, single to left, grounded to short, grounded to second, walked, stole a base, single to left, stole third. And a good bunt, and it's by Quintanilla, and there's no play for Tulowitzki. So Juan Pierre comes up with his 3rd hit plus a walk. So he's been on base 4 times. Quintanilla charging straight, and the ball went the other way. Now Pierre at first, and that certainly gives Peralta something to think about. Pierre stole 2nd in the 8th inning, and he stole 3rd in the 10th. And with 1 out, here's Furcal. Furcal 0 for 4, had a sacrifice. 0-1. No balls, 1 strike. Remember how Matt Daly would hold his position when he was pitching in the 8th inning. Peralta trying to freeze Pierre in this sense. Just off the plate. 1 ball and 1 strike. 41,288 were here at the start of the game, but a lot of folks have gone home. Coming up 11 o'clock. One and 2. Furcal came into the game hitting .245. Lost a couple of points. On deck, Orlando Hudson. For the Dodgers, it's like a missing front tooth. You had Pierre,
on base 4 times, and Furcal, Hudson, and Blake are hitless. Then you get down to Ethier, and he doubled. So there's a big gap up there in the lineup. Ethier led off the 9th inning with a double, but the Dodgers couldn't move him. And a drive to center, but moving over is Fowler. And back to first goes Pierre. So that gap in the Dodger lineup for Carl Hudson and Blake are collectively 0 for 15. And Peralta now working on Hudson, who has struck out 3 ground balls and a fly ball. Though for Carl, 0 for 4. Now 0 for 5. Hudson is 0 for 5. And Blake is 0 for 4. Pierre with 2 out, a threat to run now for sure. Pierre with 2 stolen bases tonight, so he's stolen 20 out of 26. Jimenez, Daly, Flores, Rincon, Embry, and Peralta. Wolf, Belisario, Troncoso, Broxton, Weaver, Leach, and Mota, with McDonald in the wings. And a strike. 0-1 to Orlando. 2-2, bottom of the 12th. Tomorrow night, Jason Marquise and Chad Billingsley, 2 9-game winners. Wednesday at 12:10, Jason Hamill and Clayton Kershaw. Half swing. That'll cost a strike. So Orlando's in a hole now, 0-2. Certainly trying to hold up on that splitter. 0-2 the count. One and two. Casey Blake waiting on deck. Two and two. Well, with Peralta, his out pitch is a splitter, which is a tough pitch to hit, tough pitch to catch.
And we'll see if Pierre does any guessing. Yeah, there he goes. And the pitch a mile high. No play. So Juan Pierre has stolen 3 bases tonight. Second base twice and third. Not sure what that pitch was. It looked like either a splitter that didn't split or some kind of a changeup. But that wasn't anywhere. So for Jim Tracy, the Dodgers again so close and yet so far. So 3-2 the count to Orlando Hudson. Pierre at second with 2 out. 2-2 bottom of the 12th. Pickoff play. Boy, that was close. If Tulowitzki had gotten a better throw. Very close, he thought, too. Three and 2 to Orlando Hudson. Ground foul. Dodgers have beaten the Rockies 8 out of 9. Well, they said it is a different Rockies team now under Tracy than it was under Hurdle. And here we are in the first meeting going against the former Dodger manager, and we're in the 12th inning. Pierre, the winning run at second base. 2 out, 3-2 to Orlando Hudson. And now Ionetta out to the mound. Three and 2. Little roller, tough play. Quintanilla makes it, and we're heading to the 13th inning as the Dodgers leave Pierre. And in the 13th, it'll be the bottom of the order for the Rockies, all knotted at 2. It has been a tough night for the players in a 2-2 tie. The Rockies 2 runs, 6 hits, no errors. The Dodgers 2 runs, 8 hits, 1 error. All the scoring took place in the 5th inning, which seems like almost yesterday. And for the Dodgers, they bring in their 8th pitcher of the night and the 14th pitcher in the game.
It's young James McDonald, who pitched 2 scoreless innings Saturday. He also made 37 pitches when called in. He allowed just 1 hit. So McDonald going to work now. Omar Quintanilla, the third baseman who bats 9th, will lead it off. Quintanilla hitting .214. And a strike. Quintanilla out of El Paso, Texas, went to the University of Texas. One ball and 1 strike. Quintanilla sees a lot of service as a utility infielder, second base, short, third, finishing up at third tonight. When he was at the University of Texas, he led the Longhorns to a College World Series championship in 2003. But down he goes. So Quintanilla punched out here in the 13th. McDonald picks up a K. If you start with Broxton, Weaver, Leach, Mota, and McDonald now, they've had 9 strikeouts amongst them in the last 4 innings. Dexter Fowler grounded out and singled, grounded to short, walked and struck out. Just as the Dodgers are very quiet in the numbers 2, 3, and 4 spot, same story for the Rockies. Completely shut down 2, 3, and 4. 1 and 2 the count to Dexter. Fowler stole third in the 4th inning. And he strikes out. Well, McDonald now has struck out 2.
Second baseman, number 12.
Big curveball. So the batter now is Clint Barmas. McDonald making short work of Quintanilla and Fowler. Barmas is 0 for 5. Helton is 0 for 4. Atkins, while he was in there, was 0 for 3. And just like that, 0 and 2 the count to Barmas. Dodgers in the bottom of the 13th will have Blake, Ethier, and Kemp. And popped up round the mound. It will be for COL. So a very quick top of the 13th. And we're heading now to the bottom of the 13th inning in a 2-2 tie. We go to the bottom of the 13th inning, and the Dodgers have Casey Blake, Andre Ethier, and Matt Kemp. If anybody gets on, James Loney, and Joel Peralta, who has made 28 pitches in relief, will try it again in the 13th. So he's had the 11th and the 12th. For the Rockies, remember back in the 10th inning, Iannetta singled after Spielborg doubled. Since that base hit, they have had 12 in a row go down. Casey Blake 0 for 4 with a walk. The walk was intentionally granted. That's a strike. Same two clubs at it tomorrow night. Jason Marquise and Chad Billingsley. And good fastball. 0-2. He hits 91 on the gun. Dodgers are 6-2 in extra inning games, 5-1 at home. Fastball fouled away. Rockies have only been in 3 extra inning games, all 3 on the road, and they are 0-3. So Tracy has used 6 pitchers. Torrey has used 8. Oh, 2 to Casey Blake. Check on that splitter. 1-2. Casey struck out, lined out, grounded out twice, and walked. 2-2. Tough night for all the players, but especially the catchers. Chris Iannetta and Russell Martin. Iannetta has caught 6 different pitchers. Martin has caught 8 different pitches. 2-2 to Casey Blake. And hit to right field, and a diving try, but that's it. And Blake has himself a base hit. So Brad Hopp trying to come up with it, but couldn't do it. For the Dodgers, the last time they had a leadoff man get on was Pierre in the 10th inning. And now Blake leads off with a single to right. That is hit number 2 against Peralta for Brad Hopp, so near and yet so far. Now Ethier grounded out and struck out. Flied to left, fine play by Ryan Spielborgs, doubled and struck out. Rockies have not had any threat at all since they had the double and single to open up the 10th inning. As we said, 12 in a row retired. The Dodgers went out in order in the 11th, but they've had people on in every inning since the 6th. 0-1. Peralta in his follow through looks like he's going to fall down, but he's done it so many times it's all part of his delivery. He is certainly not a big man at 5'11". That's not considered very big at all in the big leagues. Casey Blake has stolen 2 out of 3, but you don't expect him to do any running. 1 ball, 1 strike. That's a strike. 1-2 the count to Andre Ethier. One ball and 2 strikes. Little foul out of play. Crowd continues to thin out as we get to 11:20. We had 41,288, many of whom have long since called it a night. One and 2 to Andre. And a drive to right. Back goes Hoff to the track, over the wall and gone. And the Dodgers win it 4-2. A walk-off home run for Andre Ethier. And the Dodgers have now beaten the Colorado Rockies 9 out of 10. And Ethier being mobbed at home plate. For the Dodgers, 4 runs on 10 hits and 1 error. For the Rockies, 2 runs, 6 hits, and no errors. Young James McDonald is the winning pitcher, and Joel Peralta is the losing pitcher. Tomorrow, Jason Marquise and Chad Billingsley in Game 2 of the 3-game series. Then Wednesday, a 12-10 game. Jason Hamill has won 5 straight against Clayton Kershaw. So they're going wild at Dodger Stadium as they come up with yet another thriller. Tomorrow night, we'll be on KCAL 9. And once again, the final score in 13 innings, Dodgers 4, Rockies 2. Stay tuned for Dodgers Live, and it starts right now. Good night, everybody.
All right, Dodgers.